I don't know just why, but it looks like the stream fell over. Is this working or not? I don't know. Oh, apparently so, huh? Stream dropped off there for a second. I'm not sure what that was about, but I guess it's okay now. Oh, let me just check the chat. Yeah, okay. Well, it seems like it's okay. Great. All right. So, my virtual trading journal. Yeah. Oh man. So let's get on with the business at hand here, I guess. The first item of business is the news and reports up for the day. We have very little. The only real American data point that's coming out today is 9 o'clock this morning. We got pending home sales, which is a 2-star event. This is investing.com, which is my typical old-fashioned trusty news source. It only reports normal, traditional economic reports, numbers, events. Not, I'm going to sign something now or a speech or whatever like that. So it misses out on those kinds of potential risks to our auction. But I like the way it presents itself here to screen snap and post in Discord and other places. You can filter this and the other news source I use, Financial Juice, to wherever you are for whatever kind of reports or time zones you're interested in. And also, we are in earnings season now. Tomorrow, there's no real earnings. Home Depot is out today and some builders and stuff, but tomorrow after the close is NVIDIA, which will be the final N7 or G7, and will be the have a huge impact on the market. It's the most valuable company on the earth at this time. So there we are. Looks like everything's okay now. So let's see. Let's hope so. As I said, oh, man, I got the sneezes here. As I said, this is the other news source, which is Financial Juice. Now, the reason that I use Financial Juice in addition to investor.com is they do pull these random events into the calendar as they're scheduled throughout the day, and they're pretty good about catching them all. And I appreciate that because, sure, this is 1800 this afternoon, so it's got no impact on our cash market. But unless you've been living under a log, you should be aware of the fact that anytime Trump particularly gets in front of a microphone or a camera, there could be some interruption or risk implied to our market. Not saying there's anything wrong with him doing that. I'm just saying you need, as traders today, our prime objective is to manage risk and preserve our account. So if you don't know about risks, you can't manage it. And then that's why I like Financial Juice. And this side is more of a squawk box. Bassett said something at 7:43, blah, blah, blah. Overwhelmingly mine. It's crazy how we are. The world we live in is crazy today as far as our financial markets. Now, let's get on to the pre-market here. Here we are. This is the overnight session thus far. There's the close. There's the open. We are 95% short inventory. We are looking like we're going to open within range and value. Here's yesterday's RTH, and here's the ETH. So if we open right here, we're within value and range. So no gap situations, which will be kind of nice for a change. However, in a typical world, which today may be kind of quiet with NVIDIA coming out tomorrow, but there's all this geopolitical hoopla going on. How many times are we going to test this low, right? You think? What I was getting ready to say was my usual reaction to the to a situation where we are either long or short overnight inventory by a vast percentage. I would expect in a normal world, we would have some responsive buying to take profit. You know, if you were short all night and were in the money, wouldn't you take some profit off the table? That's not necessarily what happens anymore, but that's what I'll be looking for. And look at the times we've banged on the bottom down here. My analogy for that is you pound on the bottom of a bucket with a hammer long enough, you're going to knock a hole in it, and then boom, down we go. May not be the case here, but it's something to keep in mind. Now, this is Investor RT, which is my basic charting platform. This is the micro tab. So this is the micro ES, NQ, and the micro composite. Now, this is my higher time frame chart called the micro composite chart for both, you know, if you're familiar with that in the TLab or wherever. So essentially, the first thing about IRT to recognize is that the header of every chart has this chart name, which doesn't mean anything to anybody but me. The instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. So this is a daily candlestick for RTH session only. Wherever the price overlaps, I pull the volume profile around them, and that generates this micro composite VPOC, point of control, and high and low volume nodes, which are represented by the red and green lines, and those push automatically to Bookmap. The session prices here also push automatically to Bookmap. Let's see what we're doing for volume. Yesterday we were over 200%. Now we're down around 100, so that's crazy. But that's where it is. This is the market profile chart, which is currently in the RTH or the full session. Once we open at 8:30, I'll change it back to RTH. I don't change this chart back and forth from the micro to the mini. I just don't. And this is the mini configuration or tab of the same charting. So yeah, let's look at what we've got going on. I'm just looking around here to see what's going on, make sure everything's up and running okay. This is then Bookmap, standby one. Between sneezing and whatnot, I don't know what's going on. It's a weird day, weather-wise. Rainy, dark. It's still 25C out there, but it's just around 80 or more. But anyway. All right, so this is Bookmap, if you're not familiar. The heat map, this is my execution platform. Columns from right to left. The micro composite. Now this is where this reflects data that I've entered manually, like these POCs and things like that, and the high and low volume nodes, which you see here. Push automatically from Bookmap. The POCs down below us. This is the full session volume profile, which started plotting last night at 1700 and will continue through 1600 today. This is not the ETH. This is the Globex of the full session. RTH session volume and delta reset this morning at 8:30. This is the height, the statistics column, which is important, very important to me, and I would hope anybody else. And these are the session prices, which push automatically from Bookmap continuously from 1700 on Sunday through 1600 on Friday. And I share these with anybody that wants them. Just drop something in the chat, like, subscribe, drop something in the chat, and I'll hook you up with the CSV from Google. This is my, I got rid of the dome here because I wanted more real estate for my charting and stuff, and I wasn't using the dome columns to trade. So the critical columns of the dome remain. That is the book. This is the order book. These are the resting liquidity at every price. And this is the price ladder. So there you go. You'll notice there's no indicators on my book map or IRT. There are only price, levels, volume, and probabilities. That's the simplest I can keep it to approach the market. In the heat map here, we have just a few levels. There's a POC for the full RTH session and the full session. POC, nothing more complicated than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So 74.01 quarter is the price at which 3,937 contracts have traded so far in the overnight, and that's the highest. That's the most contracts. The minute some other price trades 3,938, this POC will move there. Just nothing but the marker. That's it. Same with the RTH. There's a Globex VWAP and an RTH VWAP. It's volume weighted average price. And there's the mid for the RTH. Simple, huh? A couple other levels that are important is the IBL and IB high, which are initial balance. That's market profile terminology. Don't ask me why or who decided that, but it is. What those two flags represent are the low and the high of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. And there is a statistic related to that, but that's simply what it is. So it's not complicated in any way. Now let's look at the statistics column, which is real important, I think. And first we need to determine the statistic open for the day. There's only 4 types: higher in range. Well, there's higher out of range, higher in range, lower in range, lower out of range. Just 4. And there's only 2 criteria. Here is price at this moment. If we opened right here, right now, how would that compare to the previous RTH close? There's a close. So it's lower. How would this compare to the previous RTH range? Well, the highs above us and the lows below us, so it's in range. So this title would be, and I'll change it every day, to lower in range. And I do that so that when I look at a screen snap or the stream, I know immediately what the relationship was without having to figure it out. There it is. Next thing we're going to do is delete the statistics from yesterday, and then we're going to put them in for today. And those statistics come from IRT. What a coincidence, the statistics study. So here's yesterday. IRT conveniently highlights the correct open type only after 8:30. Also, every time a level is revisited, they change the text from black to blue. Let's refresh that. I don't keep this thing refreshing. Ooh. Yeah, sure. Yeah, why not? Let's do that. I don't keep this thing updating every day, all day, because why? I only use it once a day, and that's what counts. Lower in range. That's what our open type is going to be today. So how does that work? Well, very simply. The computer looks back at the most recent 1,742 trading days. Of those trading days, we opened lower in range 510 of them. Of the days where we opened lower in range, price revisited the overnight mid 82.5% of the time. You notice it's the first single statistic, 82.5%. Overnight mid, 82.5. Whoop. It would help if I had them on the right level, wouldn't it? There we go. And the next one is the overnight VPOC, which is 81.4. God damn, boy, I'm not getting these very well done today. I don't know why. Scale must be goofy. So, and now I'm just going to go down the list. Previous close, 74.5. IB high, 69.8. Away we go. 74.5. And let's see that I want to do something here if I can find it. Previous POC is 68.2. That's right here. And I changed, I'm going to do this little trick for the labeling on 2 or 3 of these labels, which will change immediately. IB high, where's the IB low? I can't see that one. IB low, where did you go? 61.6. So why do I put those titles? Because the minute the session opens, the POC will start calculating from that point, and the IB high and low will jump down on it in bracket price. So I won't know what these levels used to be. Now, overnight low 66.1. And where's the overnight high? 52.5. I'm guessing that this is going to be a chop fest today. Just guessing. What else have I got to do here that I've forgotten about? I don't have the previous RTH high and low, but we can do those in a minute. I'm going to do something now that I do pretty much every day at this time, which is called the TLab snap, and that is okay. The TLab snap is a thing I do every day at 8:20 or thereabouts, close to that. And it's a it's this tab. And the TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab. And it is started by a guy named Tom B. Excuse me. And it is sponsored, obviously, by Bookmap. And we've just gone out the overnight low here. We've extended lower. Doesn't change our statistics type, I don't believe yet. So anyway, it's Tom B. He's been trading for like 48 years. Started professionally. I'm sure now only trades his own account, but maybe not. He might manage money for somebody. I don't know. And he started this this Discord chat room on the Bookmap Discord site called the Traders Lab. Now, it's not a live calling room or a trade calling room or live trading. It's a Discord with a lot of good advice and a lot of good people. And Tom has some good philosophies about trading that he tries to share with people. So It's the only site that I recommend, and I sort of feel a kinship to them. So I make those early in the morning, about 6. I post the report, and then today, and then at about 8:20, I post that TLab snap, which you just saw, as kind of a gesture of tip my hat, so to speak. I was quite active in there before, and now I started the stream based on a suggestion actually from the TLab from Tom, that you should focus on narrating your own market and trading rather than essentially yucking it up somewhere else. So that's why I do that. And then there you go. Hence this. Now, what am I doing now? Let's see here. Okay, I suppose you will admit it's pretty important to be able to trade. So in order to trade with Bookmap, you need to activate the trade control panel by clicking that padlock. And then on this new version, this is 7.7.0 build 19. It used to be you selected a method to interact with the application, whether you traded with the mouse in the chart column or the dome. Now that doesn't seem to be the case anymore. You select an account and then you go from there, and you can trade from anywhere with your mouse, which is, I find, a little disappointing because I like being able to turn that off and on. Anyway, let's go with the first. Now this is a lucid trading combine, or whatever you call it. Prop evaluation, because I needed to de-risk. And so the first thing I'm going to do is have that on, and I'm going to set this to 5 because I'm going to be trading a hedge strategy. And I'm going to shut that back off because I don't need any more of the tools there. I can have all my metrics up above. I can have cancel and close. So there you go. Now, I'll set up the other side of the hedge here momentarily, but so that's Bookmap ready to trade. Now, I've got to do a few other things. First of all, I want to make sure that's the correct journal, and it is. I'm not on any multi-brackets because I'm using the hedge strategy at the moment. I do want to do multi-trading, and what this does is this says that when I make one trade on this account, it copies to 4 others. That's how you compound. It enables me to trade full sizes and drawdown, have a payout potential or limited risk with upside, and also curtail or minimize my risk. My ROI, return on investment. You can't beat it. So typically I trade my live AMP account, but because because this has been a real strange market and my vetted initial balance trade started drawing down continuously, I didn't want to bleed to death by 1,000 cuts, right? So the only way you can de-risk from 2 micros is to you can't, how much lower can you go, right? So I had to do something different, which is great. And that's what I'm doing, and we'll explain that later. We're selling off. We're into the 3s now, substantially. We came out of 7,400 and we're down here in the 7,380. So it's been a substantial dump. What is it? Minus 44 handles from settle. I'm hoping that the chat and the stream is working. There's no drop frames. It looks like it's working. I've tested the chat. That seems to be okay. So fingers crossed. Huh? Fingers crossed. All right. We're going to open in about 4 minutes, 3.5 minutes. What else can I tell you? Well, there's Blue Boy over here. Now, Blue Boy is a real complicated thing. It's a vertical line. And I put it on the first print of each session. And if you don't believe me, there's the previous RTH. There's when this ETH started and so on. And what I do, why I do that is to, as long as I can glance left and see this blue line, I know that I have the entire overnight session in view. There can be no question that I am aware of the context. Well, what is it? Well, there's our open. And here we are. What is that? That's just a slow grind down all night. A little irrational stupidity up here when London kicked in at 2 o'clock, of course, and then back down we go. All right, so I think we're ready to rumble here. We're going to open in 2 minutes. I think I remember to do everything. Let's see. I don't script any of this. It's probably obvious. Left eye is driving me crazy. It's a short trip. Okay. The hedge thing I'll explain. I'll go through how I've set up everything on my vetting process for to determine a real vetted expectancy and positive edge, not just lip service as so often the case in most trading rooms, which is kind of why I don't venture out much. Even in the TLab, a lot of people are talking, oh, structured trade, vetted trade, this is a vetted trade. And I've asked several times, may I know how, vetted over how, what sample size? Do you have your data? Nobody ever can answer that. So it's, I question, I'm not saying anybody's lying, but I'm saying if somebody asks me, I show them immediately. No problem. And I do that here in the chat frequently. Used to do it every day at 1400, but I think it's kind of repetitive to the normal people that are here continually. And I would suppose becomes boring. So I don't do that every day. Go through how I vet and backtest. I'm also in the throes of a new system. We're going to open here in 10, 15 seconds. So let's see if that works. Let's watch what happens here. Okay. Well, that's kind of interesting. 7-second delay in rhythmic. Well, I don't know what to say about that. Looks to me like Bookmap is frozen. Hey, Richard. I think I'm off to a crap start here. Looks to me like my stuff just all froze up. Oh, look at this crap. Something huge going wrong here. Well, this is not good. And I don't know why. Wow, I'm gonna report back to the TLab that this is upside down crazy. Okay. There we go. So it seems to be up and ticking now. What the hell that was about, I don't know. Jesus. Anyway, here we are. Off to the races, I guess. Jesus Christ. Data aggregation. I tell you what I've got to do, and I'm going to do it. What is today? Tuesday. I was trying to capture the NQ data so I could do the hedge testing on NQ, but this is just it's having a huge impact on my systems. Look at down here. This means that there's aggregation being triggered because the data input is so steep, and I don't know why. What the hell is happening today that I don't know about? Anyway, let's change over to the RTH session on Bookmap, or I mean on IRT. Not a big lag there. I don't know what the hell's going on. Oh, well. Shit happened, eh? It happens. Why I changed the relationship here of the sessions, of the charting to the RTH only from full session is to keep the relationship between the session prices as expected for the people who use them. Let's get this over here. Let's get that over there. So here's our open way down here in the cornfield. And frankly, I think this irrational exuberance to the upside was just get as many of them along as you can and then jerk the rug out from under them, in my opinion, but nobody's too keen about my opinion, I guess, at this point. Okay, so I guess we got that going. We only have a relatively small delay or lag. You'll notice that IRT has got, it can tell you the lag here on the quote page and in every chart that you want to have that column. Kind of handy. So now let's wind out Bookmap a little bit and get out to about 5 minutes. There's 15. Let's wind it out to 5. There we go. And let's find out where Blue Boy needs to live here today. This crap is for NQ, and I'm trying to tough it out through the week so that I can see exactly have some representative data to do the testing on for the hedge. And here we go, loop-de-loo, previous RTH low. There's a stat I didn't pull in because it was so far below us. Uh-huh. Okay. And here we go. This is the current, so I was right, isn't that cute? Previous RTH low. Previous low is 53.6. And I don't know if any of this means anything to anybody or not. Maybe I'm just wasting my time with all of this stuff I do here. And there's the previous low. There's the overnight low. Now this did move down right into the open. You notice the IB low is down here, and it used to be way up here somewhere, way above us. VWAPs are working. That's a good thing. See all these gold lines here? That's all to do with that, the data issues. This is where it's oh man, boy, my eyes are killing me. It's aggregating the data. Swinging high, baby, swinging high. So there's the opening swing, up and down. I've had some more pretty amazing epiphanies here with this data, statistics data that I'm using now. And I'll go through that a little bit later. But Tuesday is not a particularly advantageous day to trade, especially the initial balance setup. Tuesday is the worst performer for that. So we'll be mindful of that. No gap. Well, there is a gap. There's a gap in the new sense of the word, where there's a gap between the close and the open, which is the gap used by a lot of data sources. I've, unfortunately, for a long time, didn't do that, but I'm trying to, trying to become current and correct with these data sources that I'm using. Okay. Hey, Anton, how are you? My eyes are so bad I have to look twice to make sure what I'm reading up there. Rainy and 25C over here. Dark. As you can see, I've got a big aggregation problem going on with the data into Bookmap because of these the NQs, which I'm trying to tough it out through this week to record enough data to validate the hedge strategy on the NQs on the weekend, this weekend. And then I'll delete those from the system here as quick as I can because it's a big choke as far as everything else goes. So we opened gap down on the on the accurate gap definition, but within range. So there's our open. We're just crossing back and forth over the open. Just pointing out here that in the data analysis there from the probability storage, more to that I'll show you in a little bit. As I found a whole nother phenomenal bit of stuff that they've provided in there that I didn't notice yesterday or hadn't noticed yesterday. Well, we're pinging them out right, left, and center. We didn't get the overnight volume point of control yet, though. Man, my eyes are going goofy. The mid. Yeah, that's my dick was. Well, sorry, that's an old expression. My dick was dragging in the dirt is the expression I was going to use from Montana. But yeah, me too. From the weekend, I do all the house crap, mow and clip and do all of that, clean the gutters and everything every weekend, and it's a pretty big lot. And then I always do at least 7 miles on Sunday, plus a bunch of others, shopping and everything like that. So I was kind of dragging yesterday too. Certainly hadn't put out the effort that you did yesterday or over the weekend, but in my little world, that's quite a bit. Now I'm going to get the hedge set up, which is essentially I got to change this. And I didn't do the open. God damn it. I'm getting way behind on all of this important stuff. I'm going to set up the hedge now. So it is going to be a situation where 5 micros and then 1 mini will be set opposite to it. So let's get to wherever the hell I am. Okay. And here's the mini. All right. So now what I'm going to do is select the same account. I've gone through that whole story, but again, it's a prop thing because I need to have and put one mini. Then we can get rid of that. Make sure these are all. I found out that these sometimes change. Some of these things can change specific to the instrument. Some are across the system, so I just have to cross-check them every time. Because I'm paranoid and anal and whatever else. Look at us go. So swing high, baby, that rear view mirror. I'm telling you, the next thing I'm going to start tracking out is a swing high or an opening range high of, say, 15 minutes. How to identify the swing high and low. But I'll tell you, if you just jump on the right side of it, you can look like a star, I believe. So anyway, let's get back to the business at hand with the hedge story. Here's the hedge. This is the hedge worksheet, and I was pulling the net hedge out here, calculated the net hedge based on at what price the hedge goes off and what that net hedge would be. I was just doing that last night. This is how to set up the hedge, and these are the hedge levels based on long or short. It's, I guess, enough confusion for one day. And this is how I would have that set. What is all of this aggregating? Oh, I tell you, I got to get rid of this freaking, I don't know if I can tough out the rest of the week or not. Having all of this slow down and hang up based on trying to copy all that data. I don't know. So the theory of the hedge well, you know what the theory of the hedge is, so I'm not going to go through it. But we're ready to take it, assuming that we're going to get some meaningful movement here when we get close to the initial balance. It doesn't change the fact that I enter. I mean, this is just me thinking now. This is actually a strategy that was discovered and is practiced by Anton, and a million thanks for sharing. But as I understand that, the way I'm approaching it is I will not take any trades just out of the blue. It's okay, let's go long and then manage it. I don't think that's the correct attitude. I'm going to go at it from a point of view of when I have a structured, vetted trade, I will take it and then I'll lean on the hedge to provide that extra insurance against the stop. So that's the approach that you will be seeing here, assuming I don't fat finger more entries like yesterday. Boy, that was a shocker. And look at this crap. Data latency detected. 23.5 seconds. Wow, that's just magical. Look at here. Look at this. Son of a bitch. Froze up tighter than Kelsey's cahoons, eh? That's not good. Well, my system's down on its ass at the moment. Rhythmic take a dump, or what happened here? I think it's just that data. Rhythmic is still rhythmicing, according to this. But you can see the problem here. We got no data ingestion in this entire area. So caution trading. Hey, Antonio. Morning. I was all set. I've got the hedge all set up. I've got the number and data's upside down. Got a big dump going on with Rhythmic, apparently. That's just major sucks. So yeah, terrible lags going on over here. Untradable data, actually, for me right now. I hope that you better results your side. I'm thinking that a big problem I've got here is capturing the data for both of the NQs at the same time. It's because the micro NQ is huge volume, huge.
Slow computer.
2 or 3 times any of the other instruments. I didn't realize that, but I'm about ready to just cancel the damn thing so that I don't have those. What have I got? What is this? It's only Tuesday. I don't even have 5 days of data to practice the hedge. There we go. Now it just picked up. You see that? Connection restored. So Rhythmic took a dump. Well, that's just magic. And it looks like it dumped again. And now the big data ingest down here. I'm telling you what I'm going to do right now.
Slow computer.
Yeah, let's get rid of you too over here. Well, let's see what happens now. IRT's having a bad day. Oh, yeah. IRT's taking a complete dump, it looks like. The thing about IRT is as this straightens out, I can just come back and download the data and poof, it's going to all be good. There's no way that I know of to do that with Bookmap. And right now, Bookmap data is completely upside down. $226.3 second delay in Bookmap in the data spike. Wow, magic. Just magic. Well, that's just a gigantic pain in the ass. I think what I'm going to do here, yeah, it's NQ. There's a 103-minute lag on MNQ. second leg. I'm sorry, second. It's 103 minutes. A little bit long. No, second. And that's the culprit. And you see the difference? It's double any of the other volumes. So that's just magic. Maybe not. I'm going to kill IRT. Well, wait a minute. Yeah, 852. Okay. And see what's the deal with Bookmap here. Bookmap's not getting any data at all. Still got the same second delay over there. So I'm going to kill, what am I going to do here? I'm going to kill IRT. And then restart Bookmap. Restart Rhythmic. Oh, I guess the stream is working. Seems like the only thing that is. Well, let's listen to some music. Let's dance. Everybody dance. Ridiculous. There we go. Okay. Well, that's pretty cool. Maybe not. Okay, I think IRT has gone away. Yes, all right, let's get rid of... Let's do this. And I want to exit the application. There we go. So I'm going to exit. I've shut down Rhythmic, and we're going to reconnect here pretty quick. Give it a few minutes to resync and pick up another line, maybe. Now I'm going to use the I'm going to use something I was going to say. What was I'm going to use the, what is that doing here? I don't want to do that. Okay. I'm going to reconnect Rhythmic now using the, I don't think I'm going to mess with the admin thing so that it resets the time. Let's log in and see what happens. I always start Rhythmic up in administrator mode because then I can set RTrader Pro to update the system clock every 2 minutes. You do that, right? If you've got it on administrator mode, you can do that. Every 2 minutes, restart as admin. I didn't this time, so I'm not going to bother. I'll restart it over the system. So there's what happened. There's the delay. Now this is the part about Bookmap that irritates the crap out of me. I don't know how to force an update, a system download like we have with IRT to backfill all this data. So we missed this entire pop. I think those numbers are great. I'm trying to figure out what I'm doing over here, but I'll look at them in a second, Anton. Thanks. Let's see, IRT. Okay, let's start IRT again. Pain in the ass. That's the one thing I really dislike about Bookmap is that there's no way to just in IRT. It'll download the historical system data and boom, everything will be perfect as if there was no problem. I don't know how to do that with this guy over here. There might be a way. I just don't know what that way is. It's so easy with IRT that it's ridiculous. Look at the naked volume points of control below us. Amazing, huh? Well, we're back up here. Everybody's okay. There's no lags. Isn't that cute? It's sending out the data, so the session prices should come up to speed here pretty quick. What? Pain in the ass. I'm confused there, Anton. You hedged a long. I would have thought the long at 65.75 the hedge would have come on at 60.75, not 71. I gotta look at that later. Sorry. I'm just looking at the top of my head here, but anyway. Thanks for the info. I'll check it out, obviously. So now what have we got going on here? Well, IRT is still lagging. Rhythmic is still straining. It seems like I'm getting the delays on Bookmap, and the lags are working out, I guess, in IRT. See the difference? You see this? Yeah. Over 1 million contracts traded in the MNQ already. We don't trade it. Average volume on the ES or the MES, all in the entire RTH session is about 1.2 million to 1.3 million. We got this down in the first 30 minutes. And such a dramatic difference in the volume of the MNQ and the NQ. Look at that. 265,000 compared to 1.6 million. Must be every retail trader on the face of the planet trading the MNQs, I guess. I was shocked by that the other day, and I remain so. Well, let's see. We got, no man's land down here that I can't backfill that I know of. There's one thing I might do. Maybe I'll just try it while I'm busy. Who cares? Where's the data thing? Refresh and clear data library. Well, let's see what the hell happens. Why not, huh? Yeah, why not? Go ahead and refresh it. I don't know what'll happen now, but something will. I don't know. I'll have to reset everything, I'm sure, I guess. This is what used to happen, and then you could scroll over here with that little arrow guy, and you could download historical or cloud or whatever it was. Well, at least it looks like something happened. It got all that data back in there, I guess. This is just a cluster. Okay, there you go. Yeah, I just wanted to be sure I was following along. I thought I had figured it out, but I wasn't sure. Okie dokie. Well, let this thing get through thinking over here. Whatever. Crazy. One step ahead and three back, huh? What's going on with this crap? Okay, let's turn off this one and 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 that one. And what's that one? Okay, I guess they're all off. Good for me. Okay. Wow, look at the London Eye up there. I guess we're slowly creeping back to normal. 51-second lag. Jesus. Never mind. Cancel that back to normal idea. Well, so IRT's tits up and or upside down, sorry. And it looks like Bookmap is rolling along. It's having a problem doing something. Data library, data latency spike. Keep getting on this. The next step that I could possibly do is reset my router and my gateway. Well, that sucks, but hey, much better to know that now than be, upside down in a trade somehow and then have it all go kapoof. That's one of the dangers of these systems, and my systems, is now this is the Lucid thing, so what? It's not my money, but like, for example, with AMP, there's no fast get me to the trade desk, get me out of this trade, assuming that everything went dark. At least I've not seen the response from them very quickly on questions I ask. Maybe the actual trade desk is a little bit more responsive. Well, I guess in the meantime, what I can do is made some quite shocking discoveries, even more so here with the Edgeful story. So what's in play today? Well, retracement by size, the gap fill weekday, opening retracement. I don't know what exactly that damn thing's all about. It says it was positive. Let's look at the report. So the first report I want to look at is the opening candle continuation and see where that is. At the moment, it's forming because I have it set for the first 60 minutes. In other words, the initial balance. What that is where am I? Maybe I need to get to it right thing. There we go. This initial, it's called the initial candle bias. It's real easy. It's the open and wherever the close is of the first, however you have the time zone set up. Right now, and you see none of it has happened because it isn't done yet. I have it set to 1 hour, the same as the initial balance. These are the initial balance zones. And this is based on the fact that this says, and if you look at this, the IB high was so far, the IB high was put in first. Meaning that the suspected IB level to be taken out will be the IB low. We'll see how that sets up. Now, here's the part that's pretty incredible. Algo Optimizer. I did quite a bit of messing around with this last night to figure out how to set up the targets exactly so that they matched. What I did was, I'll show you. So here we go. Let's run this optimizer. This is going to be the initial balance with the setup the way I have it set up to code on my side. And it's looking back. It's a 1 minute chart compared to 5 minutes. It's looking back 6 months. What I tried to do is figure out a way to configure this backtest as closely as I could to the backtest I do with the initial balance EF. Come on, this boy right here. To see if when I run the backtest over the same period of time, the data was pretty much the same, right? And so here's something that is pretty amazing. I didn't realize this at the time, but there's a whole set of data that I wasn't looking at yesterday. So there's the basic stuff. Equity curve, drawdowns, strategy health, trade performance. Now watch this. With the advanced stuff, this is how it works out per day. The grid this is by time of day. long versus short, rolling win rate window over 20 days, the monthly P&Ls, the distribution of exits, reasons, stops, whatever, scatter plot based on the IB size versus P&L, and P&L distribution, and the R multiple finally. Yeah, I was pretty bedazzled by all of the data, and I'm trying to be sure I understand. Here's the win rate, you know, and now, as I think I showed you yesterday, so there's the win rate of 40, whatever it is. So let's say I want to have a minimum profit factor of 2.5, let's say, instead of 2. And then we're going to go down here and rerun everything exactly the same. Oops, sorry, can't do it because the profit factor, minimum profit factor that they were able to get is 2.13. So 2.2 won't work. So this whole strategy wouldn't work if you're targeting 2.5%, 2.5R. Huh? Pretty cute, isn't it? I'm telling you what, there's a lot of stuff going on in here that I got to get my head around. So make it 2 and then run it. And it'll be, boop, okay. And these are all, and then of course, now how I tested this thing, because I can't figure out how to push this. I think you got to get the algo package in order to push it to TradingView. But so what? Here's what I did. I took this March 19th or 13th, or April 13th, where it went. Okay, there's 2 here, April 13th. There's a T1 and there's a T2, and it's got everything about the trade. The date, the time, entry, price, exit price, and the result. And then I went over here and I rolled back to the 13th of April and plotted it out to make sure it was doing exactly what I thought it was supposed to be doing. And it was. So now it wasn't automatic. I couldn't even, because I was back so far, I couldn't have the indicator. I could set the indicator to look backwards enough days for this initial balance indicator, but what I did was just use the Fibonacci thingy, wherever that went, up here, and then had it set up to 45, 50, 75, and, you know, there you go. Bob your uncle. And it works. I mean, it checks out. Which is, I wasn't surprised that happened, but I wanted to see what I was trying to do when I did that was to understand exactly how to code the targets, because this was a little confusing to me with this. I think this is 50. I think this range gives the optimization or the system or the Monte Carlo a range of values that it can pick for these targets. So I tried to make them specific as it would be in my regular trading. So there's one. Isn't that cute? And now the one of the things that's worth talking about now is the initial balance. So we know which way that's going. Let's look at the initial balance breakout. Let's look by days. It's not particular. It's only 64% break probability that will break one way on Tuesday. It's not the best day to be taking a trade, I think. There you go. Now you know as much as I do. And back to the hedge story now. It looks like the data's gonna come right. I don't see IRT falling on its head or Bookmap, either one, to be honest. What I was trying to do here, Anton, was figure out how I don't get upside down with the hedge by taking off the wrong side and quantify how that works. So there's all in, there's scratch, there would be the hedge off value, and it would tell me what I need to gain on the other leg to I don't know, I was just starting this math or stuff last month. So I had some idea. I didn't get suddenly upside down by taking the wrong leg off. That was my thinking. And I'm sure I probably will. Well, here we are at the IB low. Now, if you think about the opening candle bias, the IB high was put in first. So the expectation is the IB low will be the statistic that's taken. So to trade toward that statistic, which I used to say never do because bad response or data about that. If you've got a 65% probability that you're going to take out one of those sides, then trading towards that statistic, front running in other words, could be a viable thing, but I don't think it is so much on Tuesday. And I'm also filtered that IB strategy on the backtest deal down to the RTH 1. You can also filter out, don't enter after and all that kind of stuff. Pretty interesting. So we have just extended taken out a naked volume point of control from the 7th. What's this? It's still struggling. Rhythmic seems to still be struggling with this. Well, is this a little barge thing setting up here? Kind of. We've got a bit of a consolidation right here. Breakout, retest, maybe. And we do have the IB low below us. So it's not as good as other days, but there is a 64% probability that we'll take one side or the other. Single breakout. Now the rejection one, the IB high is formed first. There's a 75% probability that it'll take the IB low first when the IB high has been put in first. In this, oh shit, sorry. Keep forgetting about the MES part. And now I can't even find it. What the hell happened to it? Boy, my eyes are getting really terrible. There we go. Pretty close. Pretty much the same thing. Something that I also noticed is let's look back 1 month. Big difference. 100% probability looking back 1 month. These look backs have quite a big impact in the data. Look at that. Looking back 3 months, there's a 40% probability we're going to get the IB high out before the IB low when the high's been put in. So what do you believe? 6 months, 1 month, or 3 months, A lot of stuff to think about here. I should be able to keep myself confused for months. They keep pushing that low lower. We got another 10 minutes before the IB sets. making sure I've got the scale out right, and not enter a trade with a mouse. So short, let's see if we put one in at 68s. 33.68. What am I doing here? I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do this. So this would be the hedge. The entry, the hedge at the 73s. Okay. We're not there yet, but you know, we'll see. Oh, was that it? Was that as far as the bar went? Man. Five minutes in advance. That's still spooks me to trade in with anticipation to those levels. I guess I should have been looking at 67s instead of 68s, huh? And there's the 68s. We got this big low volume node up here at the 74s. I don't know what to say. This is also I would guess, bar thing. I'm not so sure what they want to do, and there's the ever-present danger of Mr. Microphone hanging over our heads here with some crap to do with we're not going to bomb them like yesterday. No, we're not going to. We're not going to bomb them tomorrow. And then the thing goes up. You know, however many points it went up. That's the part that spooks me. And there's why I shouldn't have been spooked. Well, darn it. He who hesitates is lost, isn't it? That's how it goes. And I don't know why. I don't know what the problem is. This conditioning over the reverse neutral stuff, I guess, the 2-lot where you had to work with hard stops. One thing I've done in order to be able to understand what's going on with the hedge, in my mind, I've had to change these data from ticks to dollars, which I don't like to do, but I couldn't keep track of it otherwise. And man, am I sorry I didn't listen to myself there. Another pop. Well, that was gone, huh? Okay. So we are in the initial balance zone, baby. Let's see what's going on in data world over here. The MES IB high formed first 59% of the time. Gonna break the low in today's short bias. Let's see. Weekday. Single break is 75% on Tuesday. Most likely the low. And then the targets. Ooh, look at there. On Tuesday. If and when we break out, there is a 50% probability that we retrace to the 25% level. Then only 25% to the 50 and the 75. So it's this is not right though, because this is breakout and that means up. I mean, I think that's how their nomenclature works other places. But I don't see how to broke ID. Okay, so here's the, all right, this is it. Okay. Figure this out. Hard enough time focusing on it. All right, let's get back to the business at hand over here. Well, there are liquidity levels, but I have them. It's all small. I typically have them on 250 exact size or bigger, and that's what I always do. And the fact that they're not tells me that there's low liquidity on these levels. Let's make it 200. There you go. So now here, there we are. There's the 200s. And this is the books, right? So these are the liquidity levels here in the book. That's how I look at it. This heat map thing, I don't really. The only thing that's really been interesting to me about the heat map lately was, if you notice yesterday, we had these random liquidity way down below the market that sat down there for an hour and a half or 2 hours, and all of a sudden the market zoomed down there to the tick, took it out, went straight back up. That happened twice yesterday. I don't know. You know. And all this other confusing crap that you can get going on over here, doesn't do me a lot of good. Some of this stuff I see is amazing. I can't even see where price is. What I look for is this. This is resting liquidity. This is actual. And the only difference with the heat map and with what's going on over here is when that came in and out of the book. So this liquidity came in there and lifted off. Same thing down here. I don't know. And of course, it needs to be quite a lot different. I don't look at it at all over here on. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Sorry. Over here is what I was trying to show you. There's the liquidity levels. If I make this, instead of 200, make this 150, and it light up all over the place. See? I just don't like the cut. All that stuff doesn't really mean much to me, actually. And this is the current liquidity. If it's over here, I'm not so sure that that means a lot now. Down here, maybe? I don't know. I'm not saying I know. I'm just saying I don't know. And you can have a percentage and do all this kind of stuff so that it does things more automatically, but I like to just be able to. Typically, I have it on 250, and if I don't see any lines or any of these little liquidity things out here, I know that there's nothing going on volume-wise, that it's a light day. Well, yeah, that's exactly. And there's been conversation that algos talk to each other, like they'll flash some level, like flash this up here. See this flashing up there? They'll flash that, and that's some signal that they're going to go up there. Watch that 75s. It's flashing. Watch it. See that? That's popping back and forth out of over 200. Down they go. Why? Still haven't taken the IB. There is a fairly high, I think, 40% probability that neither one of that both will be taken out today, and a 0% probability that neither IB will be taken out. Now that's according to Edgeful. Where did IRT go? Did I even turn it on? Ooh, yeah, I hope it's back on. There's going to be some upset label. But if we look at the statistics in IRT, the probability that we take both IB high and low is 32.9. That's just about standard forever. 98.2% probability that we'll take one or the other, meaning that there's a 1.8% probability we will take neither one. And if you want to believe well, let's look. The IB high is 69.7 and the IB low is 61.4. So if you want to believe this statistic, there's a higher probability that we will take the initial balance high out today than we do the low. And that's contrary to what Edgeful says. I mean, that's contrary to the idea. If I'm reading that data right. And there's so many bells and whistles and little things going on over there, I wouldn't bet on that. Connection with Rhythmic is still screwing up. Well, I think I need to go foraging. Right back. Back at the lows there for that low volume area, huh? Hmm. And here comes the IB low, I would guess. Gotta get my head used to this hedging idea so I can get over this hesitation. You know, who cares? So here we are, and there we are, and there we are some more, and there. What's happening here now? There we go. So there's the breakout. It's lagging, of course, but 25-second lag over here. But there was the IB statistic. So 98.2% of their 4, or whatever the hell it was, has been satisfied. And aren't they a dunce for not shorting right there on the hedge? So now the next step per the structured trade would be to figure the the retrace to the 25 level as the entry. Now, what have we got going on over here? Right there. So it says a 50% probability, but this is the wrong way. I guess not. I guess maybe it's just their nomenclature that's different. Breakdown only, 75%. And we just did that. So that would mean that then if we go to the next step in the retracements, that we will take 60% probability we'll get to level 25%, which is right there. I've coded these levels through, and they're I push them over here to the session. There's 25. There's the previous high, which happens to be also 50%. Oh no, I'm sorry. That's the previous low, and then this is 50%, and up above there's 25. So 40%, and then 20. This is the initial balance breakdown. So this is the difference. We're going to retrace. We got an 80%. God damn it. Sorry. 80% probability. I started using that. Yeah, I'll have to look into it. IRT has obviously been my old standard, but now that I've got backtesting stuff with Edgeful, I guess I'd break a lot of hearts with the session prices, and I lean on those pretty heavily myself. But so anyway, back to the Edgeful story here. 80% probability when we take the IB low out on a Tuesday that we're going to retrace to 25%, and then 60 for the stop. So that means that there's a 80% probability that this price is going to go back up here to this level. And 60% probability they're going to retrace all the way to there. Oh, well, I'll check it out. I was going to. Does ATAS have all those different levels, like, oh, well, this much more, you turn on something, volume profile, for example, and that kind of thing. IRT does that. I think my subscription is. That's why a lot of the guys, I think several of the people in Static, I believe, have switched to Sierra. But then nobody's using sessions prices or anything, or sharing those levels. And I like the way I can push the data export to push these levels to Bookmap. That's real handy for me, because Bookmap doesn't have any of this. If you didn't have IRT pushing these levels to Bookmap, there would be none of these, IBs or lows or highs or any of the session prices or the associated levels over here, which I must admit I like and lean on pretty heavy. I can't imagine what I would do if they weren't there, actually. And that's also where I get all the levels in my MC and volume and volume nodes. Excuse me. So I didn't act on it properly there for the front running, which would have been the thing to do. Obviously, hindsight is such a wonderful tool. That's a great indicator, isn't it? That rear view mirror. But I will not be going short here with that statistic in mind. That 80% probability of 3 months. Let's see what else it does. Let's see what it does in different times here. Let's go back 6 months. Yep, same story. How about a bunch of years? Let's see what that does. It drops down a little bit when you go back a year, but it's still almost 62%. And I don't think that, so I wouldn't short, because there's an 80% probability that we're going to hit this level right here. Last 5 breakdown days. Well, let's see. In the last 6 months, there's been 10 breakdown days, 8 of which retrace to level 1, blah, 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 okay. And here's the streaks, whatever that means. Here are the actual dates that all happened. So you can go back and plot against the, oh no, the time's not there. Can't go back and plot it against the actual chart. We don't have a breakout here because this didn't close outside the IB per these statistics. Well, there we go. There's that 80% right on the bubble. Huh. That's pretty crazy, isn't it? And another 60%, we get to the 50s. And that would be just above our, that would be right there. Oh, statistics. I don't know anything about either of those two. I'd never heard of ATAS until you shared it with us. And I appreciate that very much. They did it again. You see how they just zoomed up here and tagged that liquidity? And then they turn it around. And I'll bet you money, I'll bet anybody in here a beer that we tag out 50s at some point in the very near future. Because that liquidity's been laying down there since, Jesus, before they opened. Since pre-market. Just based on what I've been watching yesterday. You have any kind of a, session prices thing that you can set up with ATAS, or export the data or anything like that? I mean, not that it matters, just curious. Well, that's just amazing. Let me see something on this data. I want to look at this. Something I noticed. Let's see if it matters. You notice that I've got this by wick. The criteria, the breakout criteria. So let's customize that and change it to, where the hell did it go? There you are. Change it to close. Look at that. A dead heat. And 72 to 63% on the retrace when you go by close instead of wick. That's something that I noticed the other day. By weekday, this remains the same pretty much. No, this is by wick still. It didn't change it. I thought when you did one custom thing, it did the whole shooting match, but no. Interesting, huh? When it's closed by wick, you actually get a system when you get a % probability where nothing is taken out and the stats change. One of the reasons to go the by wick method is time frame doesn't matter. If you change the time frame on the candle, it doesn't matter because it's the high or the low of the wick rather than the close, and the close can be a big difference. Look at the difference. changing it by wick instead of by close, instead of 70 some percent and 4% no break, it's 64 and 36. Wow. I find that interesting and not sure I understand why. Exactly. So there's 33, 33, 11, 72, 63, 27. Let's change this to back to wick instead of close. Big difference here, huh? Pretty substantial difference over here as well. What does that say? That says that there's a high probability that, a greater probability that price is going to do exactly this right here to the low side. Bing bong and then back up. Rather than down and close, making a statement, I guess, doesn't it? Right now there's no trade on because this is a wick. The code I have is close for the breakout. Again, that's just, but I have to do, instead of just going to Edgeful and going, you know, the close, wick, close, I got to go through a bunch of hocus pocus over here. Well, I'll show you what kind of hocus pocus I got to go through. I have to go right here and change these levels so that we get oh, that's the entry. Wait a minute, I don't want to do that. I want to get the trigger, yeah. And so that's what where I have to change it in the code. So much easier. So much easier for a wounded warrior here. Wounded code warrior. Well, we didn't get 50, but we're sure banging hell out of that previous RTH low. And very definitely it was a prudent decision not to try to extend when we still had this open statistic up here after the IB. I'm not saying any of that is, well, I did actually say this in advance, so I'll stick by that. It's not rearview mirror. I did say that in advance. Now, this is the price check at aisle 3, right? We got a VPOC migration lower, and what do we do now? Session prices, value area high, value area low, open, overnight low. All of these things right here are the session prices, which are generated and exported by IRT. Also, they're somewhere. All of this stuff is session prices. What the session price indicator looks like is those are all the session prices that can be exported or not, or generated by the system looking back. It's RTX looks back at Globex highs. You can go back weekly, whatever you want to do. Weekly high, previous weekly high. These are the prices that they felt were that Chad thought were important to be able to plot, refer to, encode, or export. And this is where the export data happens right here. It gives me those prices right here. And then there's another export which pushes this stuff to these lines. I mean, you could probably actually even write an indicator for it in TradingView or wherever else. It's just, I was just curious if it was built into something. Not a problem. They're going to get up there to that 50% sure as the freaking world. Almost now. Almost have it now. Yeah, right. Got it. Well, a lot of the probabilities and statistics stuff are built around those kind of things, at least with the session statistics. You know, all of these levels, all of these probabilities are hooked to the session prices, essentially. It's an 81.4% probability we're going to revisit the overnight volume point of control, for example. That's how it is. Well, is this a bar we're getting here now? Was this a bar? I'm going to break out a retest or do? I don't know. I'm getting kind of tired of thinking about that. I don't seem to ever get anywhere with it. Why is that not doing anything here? There's the 50%, for which we have a 64% probability to revisit that. I think. 70%. Then a 30% probability we get to the 75, which is up here. Up here. So there's a 70% probability we'll get here. There was an 80 we would get here. Now I wonder if, oh yeah, it does actually. This does by days. This does by days of the week. So Tuesday, about a 50-50 day. No shorts in this algorithm. Time of the day, that's not a surprise, is it? And where did days of the week go? Somewhere. I'm not sure what to make of this, to be honest with you. I'm assuming there's a way to filter it. I just don't know what it is yet. So I'm going to see what the probability of taking this exact strategy over here as coded. Well, wait a minute. Maybe there's a cutoff right here somewhere. A day filter. I don't see it. I don't see it though. Maybe not. Well, we're a tick away from that 60% or 70%er. At the 50 here. Now, here's something I'm going to try to do every once in a while. So here we have the bias is south. Open of the first candle, close of the period, which is I have set to the first 1 hour, the same as the IB. You can set it to 10 minutes or whatever you want to do. So that sets the bias or confirms the bias in the edge full is short. This is the IB. And these are the levels. There's where we wicked it. 25, 50, 25, or 75, whichever way you want to count it. The high from the first, the IB size in points is 45 points. This is the MES. Percentage is 6.2 or 0.622%. IB size. And I'm not sure. I've got to figure out percent of what. You know, how many days back or something like that. I'm sure. Yeah, has the high been broken? Has the no been broken? Yep. Within the IB is where we're at now, and distance from the high and distance from the low. So that's pretty cool. got within a tick of our IB or our 50% retracement here, and now we're selling her down. Whatever the hell that means. That would have been a reasonable. Lot of busy stuff up here, though, huh? Very little range, very little meat on the bone. So just thinking about it from a just So just thinking about the platforms, you know, what do I actually use IRT for? Besides a warm and fuzzy feeling, I'm used to it. The the MC stuff, market profile I watch, but the volume profile and the relationship of these and the session prices. But I suppose that volume profile and Rinkos are available everywhere. The session prices, I'll have to say, are a real big thing. The initial balance highs and the VWAPs and all that stuff, to me. And the fact that I'm able to export those over here to Bookmap where I execute. Now, a couple of times here I could have used statistics from Edgeful to take an entry and be pretty happy. And what do I use Bookmap? That's the next one. Bookmap is my execution and visualization thing, but I don't, as you see, I don't use all the bells and bullshit. I mean, all the stuff. This is just the last price. Not bid or ask, just the last price. And then these volume profiles are pretty big in the book. I think I probably spend more time watching this stuff than I do. Well, obviously, because I've got this line traveling all the way across here from last price, I can see where we're heading and why. And I'm kind of wondering why I didn't get short here because it didn't touch the level. Now is not the time to be getting shorts, that's for sure. They're going to get that 75, 50s, you watch and see. That thing's going to go boop, and there it'll be right there. Bam. They'll take that out to the tick and go back up like they did yesterday. That's my prediction. I better watch these fantastic predictions. Next thing you know, I'll be in the cabinet. Is that a mean reversion we've got going on here? One thing I will say about the TradingView thing, they've got a lot of pretty nice attributes, but unless there's some version of the volume profile that I'm not familiar with, that sucks over there completely. That was one of the disgusting things for me with that Top Step X, which was, it's just, you know, a stripped down version of TradingView. The the volume profile was terrible, and they don't have any volume market profile. So I don't have the market profile turned on in Bookmap, but there is one now. Yeah, you did. I believe you. And I would only do it because of this liquidity down here that came in the book before the open, actually. It was in the book at whatever, 724. I'm sorry, 824. And it's been sitting there ever since. Yep. And it did not waver. That's one thing I do appreciate about the heat map. I like to see that. I mean, I like to be able to say, oh, that came in the book at such and such a time and has remained there ever since. So that's, you know, like this little blurb, whatever this was, came and went. That's kind of nice. Yeah, I don't know what you based that prediction on yourself, or that analysis yourself, but I did it just strictly from here. I look at the book, which is full level 2, and there is, I mean, if that doesn't jump out at you, what does, right? What does, where the hell am I? What else is going on? Well, 9 o'clock came and went, of course. We're pretty much risk-free if somebody, you know, duct tape Trump to something and take away his phone. We might make it through a day without some sort of disaster. Yesterday, not that I consider not bombing a country of 90 million people a disaster, but, you know, to the market. A lot of people got caught on their back foot with that little deal in a big hurry. Well, 10:31. There you go, Antonio. Dream time. Let's see what Uncle Walter's up to. He's been pretty active. I appreciate that. But not today. He was active this morning. So there's a they're putting probabilities on the Straits of Hormuz. Most see midsummer to be pretty much back to normal. 10% expected in May, 22% expected to reopen, period. 44 expect June 26. That's the Bank of America May Global Fund Manager Survey. Markets are starting to price in much hotter inflation. They're expecting it to get to 5.1 this year. Wow, they've done a great job. Let's see. Let's change the mandate. That's a good idea. Ready. Pretty crazy. Well, if you got your rear view mirror all polished up, that was the trade, wasn't it? Knowing full well that would happen right there. So just looking at this from a overreaching point of view to do with the basic IB breakout parameters from Edgeful in that data. There's the break. There's the retest. So in theory, long between here and here, with the stop above 50%, would be a profitable there. Profit is still in the money. Well, in the money from here, from anywhere below 25%. Not counting on the, the front run or anything like that. This would have been the ideal spot for the edge. My analysis of this IB breakout thing is that when it is a short, in other words, the IB low, rather than an entry at the 25, the entry is at the 50. Then you can have your stop above the 75 up here, which is way in the hell. If it gets up there, you deserve to get stopped out. I mean, it deserves to be stopped. And it's the same risk as here to here. So it makes sense to be on the short side. The long side the other way around. What would be the program I would want to just garbage can all the stuff I've gotten? Let's see. I suppose if there was a way to have Bookmap generate all of the session prices, which is essentially all I execute and everything on Bookmap. The journals are on Bookmap. Hedge, all that stuff can be done there. Volume profiles, book, price. The only thing it doesn't do are the session prices, which all represent, and these lines which come, these code things, but that could be done in there. And that could essentially eliminate IRT and everything else. IRT can't match Bookmap, I don't think, as far as an execution platform. At least for me, it sure as hell can't. So now some completely other deal like a TAS, which might incorporate both of those kinds of things. Just thinking out loud, I don't know. And I already own Bookmap, so there's that. I mean, I bought the lifetime license some time ago. And there is no license available with IRT, so Bill's gonna milk that till the last dog's hung, I guess. I heard he'd given it to his daughter or something. Eddie is pretty much doing the support of it, I believe. Dad left a couple years ago now. This upgrade that I made at Eddie's suggestion, because I needed those other APIs, was the first upgrade that they're working on or looking to. It's beta now. He said would be production by the end of the month. Let's see what happens. Since for like 3 years, 73 I think was the last one. So it's pretty much come to a grinding halt production-wise and development-wise. So better start thinking about something, I guess. Who knows, I guess if Bill falls over, who knows what'll happen. Well, here we are back at the 50. We haven't tagged it yet, but it's 70% probability we're gonna. So they don't know how far to go, and this 80 guy's flashing his brains out up here. Watch that thing flash if you're looking at my screens. Watch that 80 handle flash volume there. Now the reason it's doing that is because of my setting, right? So when it's below 200, it's nothing, and then when it just jumps over 200, whatever here on the liquidity, it'll flash. So I don't think that some algorithm secretly knows how I've got my thing set up, but again with the one tick on the 50 or two. That starts to worry me that after they do that 2 or 3 times, they'll run up there and hit it and then just blast off to maybe this guy that's living up here at the 94s. The problem with developing any kind of a session prices thing with Bookmap is the fact that they're not based on historical data, they don't work with that really. Well, I guess they'd have to. They use DT and IQ feed just like IRT. But that sounds like a pretty big job that I probably couldn't figure out. Or that I don't want to try to. And little things like, this is not really, well, it is now, the RTH, but this is Globex, this is not ETH, little things like that. Chad put a lot of thought into IRT, that's for damn sure, and Bill, I guess. Well, I'd say this is going to be a day like this. Tomorrow is NVIDIA earnings, which is going to be a big deal. They say. I don't know. Crazy question. We're going to get to 50 this time? You guys are just dorking around over here now. The balanced profile would be down to 46. Well, they're toying with it, aren't they? Teasing them. Yeah. You've said that before. I admire you. My run-in with footprint charts was not a happy experience because of my dyslexia and seeing all those numbers, but I know you said yours is different than that. And if I'm not mistaken, that's when I switched to, that's when I picked up IRT, because I was doing market profile, and then at one point JP thought it was a good idea to have a look at footprints. just dollar to a donut that they're going to take it through that. They've tested that 50 now 1, 2, 3, 4 times. That level, 78s or say 79s, they're going to go to 83 the minute they get through it. I would suppose. I'm not predicting that, but I anticipate. It seems almost sophomoric, you know. You just think about whether 1, 2, 3, 4. Where are all these top pickers putting their stops? I mean, it seems pretty obvious. Maybe I'm looking at it too simplistically. I don't know. It seems obvious as hell. And I could be full of crap too. Well, now let's look. If we get rid of this one, we go with Uncle Al Brooks over here. At this point, there's a 93% probability that we have seen the high and the low, or the low. That one are in. Say it's going to be this one for sure. And if we just trade around inside of it, it likely end up in a trading in a range neck. Something like that. Something close to that. Nothing going on over here. Oh, I lied. They did get busy over here and took a short and got stopped. How cute. Right at 9:50, 10 o'clock. And so there's A, okay. And there's the B, oh, okay. And there's the trigger, exactly. But that should have been a long. How could that be stopped out? That's a long. Should have been there. Boy, they're putting these ABCs everywhere, aren't they? ABC, caught in a minute. The theory of this is a reversal. If the second leg is higher than the first and it crosses above the middle one, then that's the reversal or something like that. W patterns or whatever else it is. Did we finally get it? There we go. I got the 50. So much for my theory of fuel up above, huh? I'm pretty sure that all these boys and girls that were calling the top there, looking lower, would have stops living up here. I think that's what all this liquidity is about, isn't it? I would think. There's a bunch right there. Now the next statistic would be the 25. And there's a, I don't know, 20% probability that they're going to get there. So calling this one a short would have been a good idea, I guess. I don't know how to go about determining the let's in order. The IB low, and it's the correct one because the IB high was put in first. Then the 50% for the entry, or if you want the 25, and then the 50 for the stop, but no stop, for example. Then how do you determine? I guess the idea is that, I guess the statistic would be that the difference between the 50% level probability and the 25, or in this case would be the 75 off the bottom, I guess. Isn't that already done? $74.12. Oh, there's a target of 74.12 on this opening retracement story. Based on where we are, 85% probability for Tuesday. But that doesn't seem right, because that would, how can this be a long? Wait a minute. Oh, 74%, 74.12, way above us. Okay. That doesn't make any sense. market at 73.12. Sorry about that. So this hit pretty accurately. 70% probability we get to the 50% mark, which we just did. And then it drops off to 30% to reach the 25. Definitely anticipated more of a reaction at this level here. We still got that POC up there in that big statistic at 7401. That seems like a pretty long way, but pretty handled. Alright, you're killing me. Killing me. I didn't realize the G7 was going on now. Oh. That's Bacentis. He's calling on the European allies to target Iran's financiers. So, what's he going to tell Trump and company and Nutlicks, whatever that guy's name is? Iran's doing all their business, as does North Korea, with Bitcoin and crypto. So that'd be great. Just shut that crap off, and all of a sudden, poof, no more finance. Pretty sure that's not going to happen anytime soon. Flashing 77s. They're laying them on heavy at three-quarter. The magnet. Two ways that can go, the lid on the pot or the magnet. I think in this case, liquidity seems to be a magnet the last few days. Seems like. Well, they're taking their dear sweet time punching a hole in the top, aren't they? I would guess that's where they're going, but I'm running out of patience. I'm running out of patience here. Yeah, we're gonna punch it. There we go. Boom. Finally, the 50. And now we're heading up. Yay, irrational exuberance. Yay, everybody dance. What are they gonna do now? We've still got that big level up above us. 74.1 or whatever it is. The overnight volume point of control. Which is where? 74.1. 01. That's also pretty much the high. Wait a minute. Nobody moved. the IB high. I forgot about that. I forgot about that. That craziness right there on the opening swing high. That IB is actually above the overnight volume point of control, so that's been taken. Missed that completely. Let's check it, aisle 3. Ooh, Tom, you're gonna love that one. Look how the volume, the delta volume and the volume dropped off just by looking at these balls. In that first 3 minutes, that opening swing, set of opening swing, and then boom, just sprinkled around. I'm going to step away the bottom of the hour here. My eyes are killing me for a bit. I don't know whether anybody bothered to tell the market, but the probability of reaching this is 30%. Today, all else being equal. On a Tuesday, by Wick. Something I never changed here is this time frame. I wonder what the hell that does. I mean, I know what it does generally, but I wonder how it would affect the probabilities. It shouldn't affect the probability because these are by wick. Now, by close, big difference. But we've got 80, 70, 30. Let's see what happens. Let's see what a 1 minute does. Same thing. That's as I expected it to be because of the wick. Okay. Back to 5 minutes, I think. What the hell's that? Okay. Wonder what Mr. Walter has to say here. Come on, Walter. Say something cool. Nothing. No posts for the last 4 hours at Walter's house. He was pretty busy this morning, but I would love to know the probability of once we reach this one, which we're obviously going to, this 25%, it's only a 30% probability that we would reach that. This level, that level right there that we just reached. How would you reference that to continue, you know? It hasn't reached it yet either, by the way. It's just, I'm guessing it's probably going to, but I wonder if you can add levels. Remember, we're right back at the open here now. So this day has been a giant go nowhere so far. Take out a whole bunch of retail traders, that's for sure. I would suppose. Probably a lot of them got pretty thoroughly hammered there when that happened. All right, I'm going to step away here, and I got to get some stuff in my eyes. I can't even focus anymore. Before I find myself tempted to short this thing, I'm going to step away. Well, there's the 25s, and here comes that 95 level, huh? I was gonna take a break, and then Yen just delivered me a big ice cold glass of fresh prepared squeezed pomegranate juice. Ooh, baby. So good. Well, are we going to get a double IB there? Let's see, there was no probability of that, was there? I don't remember now. I'm all confused. Okay, by weekday. There is no probability that we do not take one. There's a 36% probability that we take the IB high up, get a double break. Tuesday is not the good day for IB stuff. Boy, that pomegranate juice is refreshing. All right, Anton. Yeah, I was going to be back pretty quick too, but then she came along with that, and here, you know, what can I say? Sure as hell, we're going to take the 7400s and then the IB high. That's my prediction. That's my story, and I'm sticking with it. So the opening candle continuation has gone the wrong way, I think. Sure as the moon, look at them go. Okay. Okie dokie. Now remember that this is, in the grand scheme of things, this isn't any kind of a huge move. This is our day that we're trading right now. So we're still pretty significantly off. Let's hope it stays that way, because I don't think we deserve to be up here. But, nobody asked my opinion. That's one thing for sure. Now, this is a level that I remember very well listening to Murad Askar, who is FT71, talking about the initial balance in their trades, and that the initial balance trade itself wasn't anything you could really trade, but that after one had been taken, leaning on the 30% to 70% was a high probability trade in his opinion. In other words, going short here, leaning on that IB high double break, 30%, isn't a very, high probability. I'm in this environment. I think, in my opinion, I will be surprised, almost shocked if they don't take that out. I'm all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed now with this. I just got to put some stuff in my eyes. But boy, that pomegranate juice is good. Did we do it? Oh, yeah, baby. We did it, huh? Told ya. Nah. Yeah. This is some kind of crazy market we're having here. I'm going to, thank goodness that I didn't, be disappointed that I didn't take my initial trade here or here. And I would have never, I have no setup to trade this way. So there is there's the double break. So that's, let's see how quickly, what does it? So this gap fill crap, what happened to the pleated? I'm not sure I know how to do this screener thing or what's in play right. I've got to get more up to speed with it. But we clearly have taken both IBs. Oh, I know where to tell. What am I doing here? I'm old buddy IRT over here. Let's just refresh. So there's the stat. No, according to this, we didn't take it yet. We must have just teased right up to it. What is it? 32.9% probability. Okay. Let's see something here. Well, this says 36% that we take them both. And a 64% that we take one. And what do we have here? Well, 94 that we take one or the other. That doesn't make any sense. I don't think. So you feeling lucky, kid? You throw a short up here? And then watch it go pip. What's above us? I don't even know. Oh, hell. We've got the previous close and settlement and all kinds of stuff up here. Okie dokie. Well, with that bit of information, I'm going to go out and take a little walk. Get some sun in my eyes, some natural light. Well, there we are, both of them. All right, let me check here. So they've changed this one. Report's pretty cool. I want to check into it here in a minute. Get some water. keep forgetting you're on Eastern Standard Time, and I'm thinking, what the hell? It's only one. Okay. Good. Good for you. Look at this shit. Wow. That's some pretty dramatic stuff. I'm assuming there had to be some sort of news or something. Well, looky here. What's all of this now? If you, I was on mute, I think. Well, we finally had a breakout. If this in fact touches here before the witching hour, it'll signal along. This is the pullback zone. So there is the first breakout, and they haven't gotten back to it yet. There's the trigger. That would be a long by the definition of that trade. I don't think that would be a good smart trade to take today, but the machine will take it, so we'll see what happens. I can't stop itching my eyes, and they're about ready to fall out of my head. Or I should say scratching. Yeah, I don't think the market's too sure where it's going to go next either, to be honest with you. And here we are down at the 82s. Well, my left eye is really not doing well. Yeah, I don't know either. If anybody, you know, I'd like to figure out how to peg these opening swings. There's a beauty, and then we've got this. I was watching right here, and I thought, well, the hell with this. We'll put some stuff in my eyes, and here we go. IB high and on. Now this could be a legitimate IBF right here. I would say I would believe that if somebody said I took this IB failure right here. That would be one my older self would have taken for sure. But before I got all confused with data and all these different hard points, but there's a great one. What is that? 02 to 83, 02 to 82 is 20 handles. I would imagine one of the static boys, probably Harry or Jorgensen, or maybe Rod if he's around, would take that. Of course. Now think about it. That's the rearview mirror, isn't it? Because, okay, there's this. What's the difference? What's the difference right here? What's the difference? Well, that's probably the best example of it, though. Here's exactly the same thing, where it trades down, comes back up to the bottom of the IB. You don't know that right there is going to be any different than that right there. Or you get the point. Or there. What's it gonna do? Is this it? Or is this it? I don't know. That's the beauty of the rearview mirror. Don't either. No, I don't think it to be in policy, because I think, if I recall, I haven't looked at any other stream in Jesus, I don't know how many, literally years. But I seem to remember you know, early on when I was trying to kind of land in one of them. I think that Pulsini guy, I think he does live. I don't know, live or who knows, live or sim or whatever, but at least like I analyze the trade, put on the trade, manage the trade here on the stream. I think he does the same thing. And seems like there's one other guy that I listened to one time that did that. So yeah, I don't think it's any kind of a policy either. It would seem like a pretty dumb policy if they want to sell their product. What better way of advertising or enticing is for somebody to take trades for all the world to see, and you know, that gets everybody fired up. Oh man, that's freaking out. I would have never thought that thing would get in the money in a million years. But there you go, thinking now. Yeah. It's also VWAP and mid and VPOC, full session VPOC here. RTH VWAP. Pretty cute. So this is exactly by the number of the setup. And I would have never imagined that it would get in profit, but the stop is below the 50. There you go. See what happens to it. There's hell. Huh. Go figure. I wouldn't. Well, tomorrow will be Chair Powell's last meeting, I guess. Is that a meeting tomorrow or just not a rate decision, but a meeting? And then Warsh is sworn in on Friday. I guess the recession will start, the depression will start on Monday then. Oh my God. Yeah, 1,300. $1,300. This will be high, elevated margin. Not that that matters at this point, but yeah, this is too tempting. That guy's gonna throw some tweet out or another here, for sure. I'm my guess. Edgeful's got an interesting thing I hadn't expected. They've got a, if I can find it here quickly. There we go. Power hour continuation, power hour breakout. ES power hour, continuation charts. Closed red. Closed green, percent red. I don't even know how all of this works. I can barely read this much. It's having a real fit. See what the little picture says. Okay. Well, we went into power hour about 3 ticks below the open. So we're in red. So there is a very high probability that we will continue. That makes perfect. Doesn't make, I don't think that's too surprising, huh? Opposed to it reverses. I guess that's not too shocking. I guess you could have to use these stats in the reverse order, you know. So if you're pushing up against a high a day, you'd trade that it's not going to make it. Just something I noticed. I thought it'd be interesting to look at. Not very. We're right back to the close. Right back to the entry. Girl. And there we go. That should have probably taken that trade out. Let's check. Not yet, but pretty darn close. Oh yeah, it will be. When this bar finishes, it will, because there's the wick. Cool. 3380. Yeah. Well, I guess that's what all of this stuff is, and the stops down there. Huh? Oops. All of this stuff, absorption and the stops. But then here we are. So. I'll see if I can't figure out what the. I was trying to do that earlier after we were talking about the footprints. Let's see where the footprint charts are that I had here, and I'll show you what I was used to. Maybe it's an RTX. Okay, so here we are at the bottom of the hour. What is all of this? I don't even know. Let me just see something here. Never mind. Well, there's a breakout and a retest, went all the way the other way and didn't do any good. Boom, de boom, de boom, 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 nothing. So, I think the market's kind of, Tuesday's not a very good day, I don't believe. Yeah, there was a stop. So there was one trade there and scratch Rooney and not scratch, but stop. All right, let's get back to the 1430 here. Let's do the daily wrap up. Kind of a waste of time for me today, as usual. I gotta get over this. So here's basically where we are here. The open. We are exactly back at the close. So this entire folderol here was just to shake out a bunch of people, grind up a bunch of people, make as much money as those guys can, and end up right where it started. Make no statement whatsoever about the ES or the price of it or the value or anything else. This is what I think. Because there we are. There's the open. This was a complete exercise in speculation, or beat the booth here, whatever you want to call it. Tomorrow we have the last Fed Powell, we have an FOMC meeting, and after the market we have NVIDIA earnings. So yeah. And who knows what, Tweets R Us is going to do with, maybe he's going to, I never heard any more about we're going to make Venezuela the 51st state. I don't think that got too far up the ladder. It might have been or maybe, I don't know. Somebody might have pointed out to him that if he did that, we would suddenly have 26 million immigrants wanting to work in America from Venezuela. And that would suddenly be Americans. Isn't that funny? I mean, that's the kind of thing that is so strange for me. Yeah. Well, it's according to my thing, you got 2 ticks from it because I got 77.25. You got 1 tick from it according to my thing over here. You got this low I've got is 77.25. I don't know. Yeah, so anyway, here we are in the IRT. My basic charting package. This is the micros, the minis. If you're ever watching the stream here and aren't familiar, in the header of all these IRT charts is the instrument, chart type, periodicity, and the session. So you can always tell. This is my higher time frame micro composite chart for the micro ES. These are daily RTH session bars only. Wherever they overlap, volume profile, I draw a volume profile around. gives us the high and low volume nodes and the POC and all that stuff. There was the latest one, and here's yesterday and today, because yesterday was a gap down that never closed. That's how, may be wrong, but at least I'm consistent. As far as I'm concerned, if it overlaps, that's the end of it. If it doesn't overlap the price, then that's not part of the POC. And I know that there's a lot of guys that do stuff different, you know, up and down and backwards and forwards and change things. And well, they'll add this one in now because it looks like it ought to be there to them, and that's fine. I'm not saying anything about it, but I want to be consistent for my own self. Just like I've changed the way I am viewing the gap and range, outside range, based on the definitions used in the data stuff. So there you go. And this is the POC. I mean, this is the market profile, which is just always the minis. I don't change it back and forth. So what have we done since 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 days? Not a hell of a lot. I think the market is pooped. Why is it going up in the face of, you know, expected 5.3 and, you know, inflation as high as 5.5 points or higher in this year expected? Thanks for the war in Iran and the great managing of many other aspects of the economy, which is, you know, there's no way around that. It's not a political statement, it's a fact. So there you have it. Bond rates are at all-time highs. Not good for an economy with, they're adding $1.5 trillion to the budget. Crazy, huh? So, let's see what we got else. Here's tomorrow. These are the reports for tomorrow. This is investing.com. You can filter it any way you'd like. It's free. That's why there's all these freaking ads going everywhere. But at least that way it's accessible to anybody that watches the stream and wants to find this stuff out for themselves. If you don't know what the FOMC meeting minutes are, you can click. You notice how the event title changes to a URL. You can click that and go find out all about it. And that will be tomorrow at 1300. So that's the only 3-star event we have. We've got the usual Cushing crude inventory at 9:30, and then there's that's basically it. That's it tomorrow. And we are in earnings. Now, earnings season is gigundous. Not today. Home Depot and the building stuff, but tomorrow, baby, NVIDIA, after the close, the biggie, the most valuable company in the world, 5.37 trillion market cap. That's a lot. That's an awful lot. So that's going to be on everybody's mind, and I suppose that's probably why we just did a bunch of fake out retail and pick their pockets, I suppose, today. I don't know. Anyway, that's investing.com, and here is Financial Juice, which is the other side of the coin. And one of the reasons, I guess probably the only reason I keep Financial Juice up is they do pull these non-traditional economic event, things like here, Trump with reporters at the White House at 9:20 this morning. Well, he had a whole lot to say that probably could have and probably did impact our market. That's unknown. That would have been unknown risk had that not been pulled in here. He's going to have in the beginning, it was the only thing that was there was the picnic at 1800. Now at 17, we got Vance talking about something. All of a sudden, he's decided to start speaking. And Trump at 920. So the reason I keep financial juice up is I'm made aware of potential risks to the auction, which is huge. The fundamental goal as a trader is to preserve your account. And the basic way to do that is risk management. And if you don't know about risks, you can't manage for them or prepare for them. So there you go. Now at 1450, we're going to have the market on close and balance over here in the squawk box side. So that's it. So let's just have a look. You just crossed under the, back down to the 77s again. I keep getting it at 77 half, 77 quarter. I don't know. Oh, you're looking for 75s. Okay, sorry about that. I misunderstood. I thought you said 79. Yeah, so let's just watch it wind out here. Well, I'm going to have my hedge fund suit on and my mouse clicking fingers all oiled up in the morning. Practice the hell out of that stuff tonight. I'm going to be doing some trading tomorrow with her. I got a story for you that you won't believe. Hold up. Okay, here you are. They're still banging around on you. Here they come, maybe, huh? For your 75. I don't know what you're going to do with it at 1445, but I would not have anything to do with it. But Merry Christmas. If it's your own account, so what? You got another hour and 15 minutes left, right? So I was listening to this when I was put the stuff in my eyes. I always try to listen to some trading or related something or another. And these edgeful guys have a kind of put out some videos, stream kind of things where and that's where I picked up the additional change to this initial balance rejection report, which I usually get something interesting out of them, especially with this development cycle that they're in. But they're kind of, one guy in particular, they're busy, doing prop funds and getting payouts and talking a lot about that. They're young people, and that's great. I mean, he's doing very well, I think. But he was talking about this challenge thing that he was participating in, but something he had to go to, some stupid, I don't know. In other words, he wasn't doing any good anymore. But the leader, now get this, the leader, you can only trade one mini, is what he said. And the leader, it started Monday or Sunday night, I guess. So a day and a half has been going on. The leader's up $26,000. That's over 2,000 points on a mini. How the hell do you do that? I don't think it's possible. I think he's got to have his numbers wrong or something's crazy, because it seems impossible, you know. If you take, say, 26,000, I think he said 26,000 bucks. So, divided by 1250, that's 2,080 points. Points. No, ticks. I'm sorry. Ticks. But still, 2,080 ticks. That's 520 points. Is there that many points in two RTHs and one, I guess it would be two blowbacks or two full cycles? Is there 520 points you could pull out of the market with one mini? Wow. I mean, why somebody that can do that would not be just, you know, have money hand over fist, and why he would be doing some sort of prop fund challenge thing, I have no idea, but I was pretty dumbfounded. There's a lot of stuff going around out there. Meta Platforms Meta 0.0 offers to give rival AI chatbots limited free WhatsApp access. Rivals will be charged a fee. Mediators. Who are the mediators? This Sharp, what's his name? The kid, the son-in-law? Are they the mediators, or I guess they're the negotiators? I don't know. Kirshner. We got 2.5 minutes for the market on closing balance. Excuse me. Yep. By my clock, we did. We got just to it. Just to it. Not that we're not going to keep going, but yeah. Let's see something here. What am I doing? Who's on third? Where am I? Nobody move. Yeah, exactly 73.75 is a low there on that Renko bar. And what happened over here? They got washed out, and now they're down here, flushing down here someplace. Yep, 73.75 right there. Previous RTH. Previous high. Okay. There you go, through your 75 and back and forth a little bit here now. Look at all the flurry going on. We're heading into the market on closing balance. That's what that was right there. I can tell by looking. What am I doing now? Where am I? Hold on. Nobody move. There we go. Brent crude settles at 111.28 per barrel, down 82 cents. Oh, they don't like you, Mr. Donnie John. 1,072,000,000 S&P 500 sell side. 421 million NAS 100 sell side, 227 million sell side Dow 30, and 119 million sell side Mag 7. The other day it was, this was 15th. So they've been selling them off now for several days, which makes it kind of interesting how the market keeps going up, doesn't it? All right, well, there you go. I'm going to put the wrap on this day, on this stream here in a few minutes. About 9 of them, 8.5 of them, to be exact. Ooh, all the way to your POC. Hey, now you're down there. Have a good one. Yeah, so thanks for coming by the stream. Like and subscribe. That's a big help. It's great. Put something in the chat. That's also super. Keep your powder dry. You know, this is a crazy market and a crazy environment with hundreds of points movement based on some random tweet. You know, I mean, it's you got to be really on top of your game and definitely bracket orders in or hedge or something. So smaller account, and now if it's, you know, a smaller account or a prop thing, if you've got a daily drawdown or something like that, or a loss limit or whatever, you can get wiped out in the blink of an eye. So there's today, there's our open, and here we are. Handful of points lower after all this. Which is basically, if you look at it on the big picture over here, is essentially a buying tail. Or a selling tail, I guess, is what they actually call them. It means the sellers ran out of gas. I always look at it the other way, but I don't think I'm correct. Let's see what yeah, I'm backwards. So a buying tail. Selling tail is an upper shadow wick. In other words, selling tail. Buying tail, I guess. Everybody's got a way to do something, huh? Oh, nice. pop down here. We're going to pop down to the IB low again. We'll see if we're going to get the IB 3 times today. Huh. Actually, we already have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, you know. But 3 major breaks. Low, high, heading for the low again. Go figure. Go figure. Interesting, you notice that by trading the volume out, they've pulled the balance areas right to the extremes of the range. Earlier, when we were up here, trading up here, this lower balance line was quite below the low here of the range. And now they're both sucked right in on it. Should have pointed that out, damn it. Here's an example of when they're not. This is the lower balance range, and this is the upper. So for this to become a balanced profile, this has got to trade up here, or they've got to get enough volume up here to compensate for what's going on down below. Balance. This is one crazy place we've got going on here now. Okay, they're going to wind her up right here, right now, in about 10 seconds or so. No, excuse me, 45. No, minute and 45. I'm getting ahead of the cart here. Well, Richard, Antonio, if you guys are still around, have a good one. I would hope you skedaddle off to better things and colder beer or something like that. Remember, the most important piece of equipment in your trading office is you. Your eyes take in all the data, your brain processes that data and uses it to make financial decisions for yourself and your family. You need to pay much more attention, or at least as much as you do to picking out monitors and software and mentors and whatever else, indicators. Make sure you're well hydrated and healthy as you can be and fit and rested, because this is a really intense environment, one of the most competitive and intense businesses or environments that you can be in. And the other side are absolutely focused and sharp, well paid, well educated, usually young and fit, and extremely well funded and backed, supported, Oh, they don't care about you or your stops, but they come in, they realize that futures trading is a zero-sum environment. There can be no trade without a buyer and a seller, meaning that there is one person wins that trade and one person loses that trade. One counterparty. So when those people come into work, they have one goal in mind, and that is to be on the winning side of as many trades as they can be in one day. And that leaves the less prepared in the ditch somewhere. So remember that. And also remember that I stream live from 8 o'clock in the morning until 1500 Central Standard Time every trading day. And please, like, subscribe, leave something in the chat, and have a great day. Be back here in the morning at 8 o'clock with the pre-market, set up the software, get ready to roll. Anticipate what's happened from the overnight and then the pre-market and the news and reports, and away we go. So have a great one.